Okay, here we are. So sorry for the delay this morning. Oh my goodness. Hey, it's a new day. We have survived a power outage and we survived a OS update, which reset far too many things in the system and in the software settings, and we've overcome that, hopefully. The only thing we haven't really done is resetting or tweaking the avatar's movement, so it's not recording my mouth movement very good today. But we'll go ahead and get that fixed later on. And my deepest apologies for the last stream, where I inadvertently had the mic muted for the last 30 seconds. And that was, I'm sorry, for the last 30 minutes. And that video got published without any video or audio for the last 30 minutes, but the video is still working, so you may still find that useful. Okay. Wow. So let's start off with just something a little funny this morning, and we'll do a little bit of fails since it's still February and it's the month of love. And we'll go ahead and take a look at what's funny these days in wedding proposals or wedding scenes. Ouch. That's a little overboard. And the wedding cake goes for a crash. Wow. A lot of women like to save their wedding dress, and that's going to be a serious cleaning bill. Oh. Okay, that's kind of stupid. Uh, why is that a thing? That is, I don't get that. No, that's total fail. Yeah. Well, yeah, look at the wind. Holy cow. Outdoors on a windy day. He's cute. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. And why did somebody bring animals to the wedding? That looks more like a fly. If that doesn't spoil the mood. Ouch. That would be a broken ankle. Oh, yeah. Catch that wedding cake. Yep, no. No, not when your foot gets caught in the gown. Nope. Well, yeah. Yeah, no doubt. Oh, that's right. Oh boy, kids. Yep, somebody's bored. Oh, well, kids, unpredictable, blazingly accurate and truthful. Okay, stupid human tricks. And down they go. Uh-oh. Pets and pools. Somehow that looked like on purpose. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to see that. This is family friendly. Well, there's another pet or pets who escaped. Well, of course. Kids are as unpredictable as pets are. Oh, because of the hood ornament. Who knows? Yeah, so, okay, that was kind of fun. Or not. Alrighty then. Um, yeah, I should have probably previewed that way before. But okay, it is what it is. Um, it's a good morning here in the land down under. So make sure you are familiar with the time zone here so that you can coordinate with your time zone there. Again, I apologize for the late start, but let's go ahead and get on to our to-do list. As you can see, we've got a few things we're going to be doing in Dyson Sphere today. So let's go ahead and get going. And we'll fire up a save that was auto-saved because our power outage actually interrupted the game. So this could have a little bit of work in front of it. I hope not. But we were looking at, yeah, how we were getting depleted quite severely and needed to expand quite a bit. So our music stream has stopped, so let's fire that back up. Yay. We definitely don't want this to get down to 0, and it is fast approaching 0. I believe we had, yeah. I thought I had added more to this. So I guess we're going to have to alleviate this little bit of problem with the green jello. All the inserters are connected, so that's good. It's rebounding a little bit. Not enough, though. That's a little too dangerous. So let's get one more, maybe one or two more. Copy from there. Hang on. Hang on. It looks like I did do that. I did, and we wanted to eliminate these. Which I did yesterday. And then added, right. We actually wanted to do, we got 1, 2, 3 major grid lines, 1, 2, 3 right there. We did want to actually extend this because the green was just too low. So let's go. And of course, those inserters are not going to copy. How nice. All right. And of course the glitch with the belts. And then yeah, it looks like we went back quite a few. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and put those back. And that should help. All right. That should get our greens back to business. Why didn't that need one more? I see what happened. And we'll get rid of that one. And I believe we're going to need one more of these. There we go. That should at least keep us from dropping down to 0. Even though we have. What's our... So even though it's 0, we're still feeding out to the bots, and that's what we wanted. Just so that our boxes don't dry up. And they all look like they're operating like they should be. Let's just take a look. Oh, that was rude. Wow. Apologies for that. All right. All of those look like they're operating normally. None of them are suffocating for materials. That's good. Let's see what our situation is with the other colors, because we definitely don't want those suffering either. Right, so blue is down to 0. That's right, I did increase these before. So we'll do one of those. And one of those. And I believe red was also an issue. No, I believe yellow was an issue. Red's almost an issue. The yellow is definitely an issue. Okay. And we are definitely going to have to extend our purple as well. Okay. Just do a little bit of copy and paste. Yeah, we'll include that. Probably didn't need to. But that's all right. We can always delete the ones. Oh, is that an overlap? I guess it is. All right, we'll see how we're going. I see some of the inserters didn't copy. Easily remedied. Outputs. Belts. And get rid of some of the poles. So we don't want that one. And we don't need that one. And looks like everything's happy that way. Yellow looks like it's happy. Red might need a one or two. Yeah, one or two. We definitely want them to stagger though. So obviously blue is in the least demand. And then of course there's a little higher demand for red. Generally speaking, there's a 2-tower stack difference between the level of demand between the colors. Yellow's a little higher, purple's a little higher at the moment, green's definitely a little higher. However, that should satisfy the towers so that they're not completely drained. It's probably going to take a little while for the green to catch up, but I can't understand why green is not. Probably the outputs. And indeed, we are missing insorters. I call them insorters because even though they are inserters, they are also filtering inserters, which are sorting. So you could have them sort as well. So I call them insorters. All right, that should help increase. That'll take a little bit of time to balance out, so that's okay. Purple is doing great. Yellow's still struggling. That means I must have an output issue. Nope, got all the outputs, that's happy. All the inputs, that's happy. All of them are on, so it looks like we are going to have to boost it some more. And we'll take from here. Wow. Zoom, zoom. Stop. Out to here. I think this time we'll just paste the holes afterwards. That one pasted, the inserter's fine. Two more should do the trick. Let's check the output. Output pasted just fine. And power happens to be just fine. Okay, great. Sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. Okay. Happy purple. Yellow will take a little bit to catch up. Hopefully that didn't go down too far. Getting real close to 0. We're going to have to check our yellow in a minute. Red on 0. We don't like red to be on 0. So we'll do another one. Ah. Should have checked that output too. Because we're missing 2 outputs. That will help a bit. Alright, so we'll have a little overkill on the red, I'm sure. That's okay. Always better to have more than enough than not enough. Alright, as long as those boxes here don't drop to 0 ever, then we won't have to worry about our white science. Which looks like it has stopped, so we're going to have to check some of these boxes, which I believe suffocated, choked off. So we'll see which ones did, and sure enough. So we'll grab a yellow and throw it in there. And that one's fine. That one choked off. That's fine for that one. That one's working. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. This one looks like it choked off lack of yellow. Sorry about that, pal. All right, those all look good. And these guys are all going. That's fabulous. Okay. Let's see what our white is looking like up here. Nothing in demand, obviously, because we're not researching anything, so these should be well and truly stocked. Yep, 6,000, 6,000, 6,000. All right, so all it's doing right now is just loading up its storage at the base of the towers. Green's much healthier. Purple, very good. Yellow's still struggling to catch up. I don't understand why yellow is having such an issue. All the towers are lit. And we'll double check red and blue. Red's catching up. Blue's fine. Yellow's making it to all the towers. That's good. Wow. Not sure exactly why yellow is such a high demand when all we're talking about is 4 for each color. So the demand should be equal all the way across. Doesn't matter what tower you go to, it's 4 of each color. Saw a flicker there. It might be trying to catch back up. Well then. We can always add more. We're almost to the point of saturation on the output belt of number 1. There are still gaps, so that's okay. Now it's saturated. Why would that be saturated? Oh, it just looked saturated because it's going so fast through the... I mean, it looked like it stopped because it was going so fast through the tower. Can we... Yeah, let's try something. I'm kind of hesitant in throwing a splitter down here. It's not really stopping. It looks like it's stopping. It's doing better, though. Starting to get a foothold. That looked like it was. We might leave it for a little bit. If it goes over 100, we might just leave it for a little bit. Okay, we'll leave it for a little bit. It's catching up. Yeah, see, it looks like it's stopping. It's not really. Okay. All good. What are we stocked up on too much? Well, we don't need any purple, so let's throw the purple back in there. And we can go check our battery situation. It looks like the batteries are actually doing pretty good, so the empties, before I get here, the empties should be about 12,000. And that is exactly what we're at. And the empties on this one should be anywhere between 1 and 3,000. And they are definitely 3,000. Okay. Not sure why I have quantum chips in here. Certainly don't need them. Let's put them back in their tower. It's kind of odd. I don't remember doing quantum chips. Oh, it's full. Goodbye. Got far more warpers than we need. These towers do not need warpers since they're collecting only from within the system. Shouldn't be any raw materials going in here. These are all manufactured materials. And they are indeed. Alright, so good on in-sorters, good on belts, and wow, have we got a lot of smelters. Alright, so we're going to have to check our mining planets because I had set up to go expand that a little bit. That's why I had the smelters. And Kerplunk. Now, this was the wrong planet. This is the Rockets planet. Rockets production. And everything's all happy here. Now, since I did some editing of the Dyson sphere, it's likely that that didn't get saved when the power outage happened and crashed. No, it was after that. All right, so we're good. 131 gigawatts. We can expand on that later. We definitely want to use all 10 shells in some way. All right, so we don't need to be here. Everything's good. Rocket production is hunky-dory. Let's get on over to our actually, everything should be fine over here, too. We were just on there. Yeah. So let's go visit Brachium, I believe it is. Yeah. No. Isn't this the one with the double satellites? No. Which one was that? Not Brachium. There we go. All mining. This is where we need to go. Let's have a look-see over at our mining system. We're not going to wait to charge up. We don't need to. Off we go. Okay, that's a little far. Overshot it just a little bit. That's good. Nice big gas giant with deuterium and hydrogen. Okay. Coal into graphite. I was going to do graphite into diamond, but I kind of balked on that a little bit because I actually have 3 factories on the home planet that's producing diamond. However, I left it there because I can do that later. All right. Right, iron is looking good. Let's do this the easy way. And we got silicon that's going very well. Well, they're all stalled right now because they're all stacked up, and that's what we like. Stacked up. Silicon there, copper there, titanium there. Hang on, what do we do here? What were we setting up for here? Or was that just to get silicon into... That's nowhere near a silicon vein. I must have used that for creating a blueprint, because we have that set up here. Nope, that's rock into glass. I thought that was silicon. Oh, right. Okay, I might have been wanting to change this from a belted system to a boxed system. That's very likely why I did that. And we can actually do that. I mean, we've already got the proliferators set up. It's returning to the outside, so we might change that proliferation a little bit. The silicon's not on demand, so this is a good time that we can come in and do a little bit of changing. So we do have proliferators. Yeah, see, they're not connected, so I didn't finish this setup. Let's take a look, just out of curiosity. So we got 3, 13, 14, 15, 16 grid lines apart. Is that going to match up? I hope. That would be nice. So we got 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18. Almost. Not quite. That's all right. We can do this. And carefully, that one. Carefully, that one. Okay. And we certainly don't need the extra. So we're not going to worry about that right now. And we're actually not going to use that one or that one. We will be using those. That one's not going to be stretched out so far. So that will come in 1. And that will come in 1. So 18 down to 16. Now we can go grab this and copy it over. We'll grab it right up to, but not including the ILS. And see how well we can get this lined up. Yeah, we can overlap some. Probably to right about there. However, that's going to hit the very ends of the belts. Actually, we can just take them out altogether. Since these belts are going to pick up right at their exit. That looks good. Oops, that's wrong. Totally wrong. We're not feeding ingots out there. We're feeding ore which is not getting proliferated yet. So we'll go ahead and stop that just for a second. Yeah, that's going to go all the way down. Okay. That's what happens when he makes mistakes. All right, those are all cleaned up. All right. Go ahead and connect up our outputs. That is not going to be an output. Oh, that was going to be an input. And that's going to be an input. This, however, is an output. All right, we'll leave those disconnected until it is proliferated. They are proliferated. So I'm going to hook up proliferation just because if I, for some reason, hook up another silicon ore source. No, you know what? I'm not going to worry about that because I would have to do 4 inputs and we're not going to worry about that. Or 2 inputs, actually. Hang on, let's see if we can do that. Never done it on quite the angle like this. It can be done. All right, so let's take a look at let's just make this none for the time being and clean that off and reconnect them. See what it looks like. And it looks like those proliferators will go on the angle. It might look funny coming from, let's see, where are we going to bring them from? Yeah, we'll bring them from this side. Interesting. Anyway, that's all good. Since we've got a slot here, instead of using bots, we could call them from wow, we sure didn't want 50, so let's cut that down. Yeah, it really doesn't need that many, actually. 10 will do fine. And we'll do fine. And since they're not going to get proliferated anyway, that's just a stopgap. A precaution. All right. Hang on, why didn't that feed? Yes. Is it going to wait till it's full? No. It should be pulling anyway. Oh, it's not going to, it doesn't push up until the slots are full. Then it will go to town. I don't know why we've got those in there. Too weird. We'll go ahead and put them in there, though. All right, that's better. That filled up pretty quick, even with only 10 smelters. That's amazing. We are going to want to change these, though. So that should copy the settings. And they are indeed copied. So 60 a minute instead of 30 a minute. It's pretty fast, though. You got to admit, for 10 smelters, that's a pretty wicked fast 10,000 ingots. However, as fast as that is, 60 a minute times 10, of course, is 600 a minute. 600 a minute is 60 per second. No, 10 per second. So we will make sure we've got make sure we've got the very end. Oh my goodness, all the inserters copied. All right, so 2, 4, 6, that's 12 more, that's 22, and 26, and 30. All right, 30 smelters configured like this is still going to be pretty wicked fast. All right, so obviously the the ILSs up here are full of silicon. There's 20K, 20K, and 20K. Yes, indeed. All right, so now we don't need this trial that I was doing. And the belt line is now replaced with a box line. And no, that's not the video. That is the game itself. the game doesn't delete boxes, storages as quickly as any other item, because just like ILS and PLS, it is checking the contents and whether it wants to issue a warning that there's something in it before it deletes it, and that creates the delay when deleting mass amounts like that. Okay, we're all good here. That is wonderful. So we've got box lines for stone into glass. Actually, we wanted to take a look at the recipe. For stone. And that is going to tell us, I believe that's a 5. All right, so no, right, so 2 recipes. Glass and brick that we're going to use. We're not going to convert it to silicon, and we're not going to convert it to sulfuric acid. Okay. So with that in mind, we can find our alternative stone vein, which is this one here. And what we can do, since that's a 13 and this is a 13, let's take a look at our grid lines. All right, indeed. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our favorite automated advanced mining, and we're going to set it up right here to cover all 13. Thusly, oh, collision on the inserters. You know what? Do it anyway. We're going to fix it. Okay. That's quite all right. So I'm pretty sure the grid lines are going to show. Yep. So it was trying to bridge the gap, and the belts collided inside the inserters, or the splitters. Oh, I see. Okay. Yep. One there. So the inserters in this case were actually colliding with each other. The very corners of them, see? Now, we will want... There's a little bit of wind. And it looks like it's going to want to collide with each one of these. So we'll just give it plenty of room. Ah, too close to another logistics station. It's too close on this crunched grid patch. Well then, we've got a remedy for that as well. So we will step this out. Actually, what I'm going to do is I'll go ahead and place the miner first, because we know exactly where it's going to go. And that does cover all 13. No, it didn't. I only caught 12 of those. Which one didn't I catch? All right, one step forward. Maybe I won't collide on that very end of the grid. So Get rid of you. And wow, it is going to collide. Can't grab 13. Yes, I can. Thank you, Shift. Excellent. In we go. Yeah, it's a little offset. We don't care. And we are going to change our path slightly on this. Nope. Good enough. This is all about function, not form. Wow, really? That's what I like about the game. Oh, Rocket. What are you doing? You colossal fool. They're not connecting because I am, for some reason, thinking this is an ILS and sending them in instead of pulling them out. Ugh. Sometimes I don't know where my brain is, if I even bring it with me. Unbelievable. All right, so let's just get the starters out, and then let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that looks ridiculous. We'll go there and in. We'll go there and in. We'll go there and in. That looks a lot better than that garbage, huh? All right, now we can finally get back to what we were doing. That looks like it's almost exactly where it was before. It is. I wonder why we're getting a collision alert or proximity for... Oh, I did move that advanced miner slightly with the shift key, so all good. Now, since we've got all 13, we definitely want to be on storage. We are maxed. We want to max this, and we are on 4. Great. And we do have our proliferation. Most excellent. We are collecting stone. That is going to be storage. And yes, you can start going to town while we set up our stone array here. So all I'm going to do is just grab the leading edge of this, because I am going to change. Actually, I'm gonna grab all the way up to here. Yeah, that looks good. All right. And we are going to paste that. Of course, this is also going to be a proximity thing. But I believe it's only going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grid spaces. Yep, see that? So I'm taking it from 1, which the grid lines are spaced out a little more, and crunching it. Oh, here we go. I was overlapping. Okay, so let's cancel that. Take a little less. Take a little less off of that. And we'll go that way. And paste it in lined up. So that's too close. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Collide. Wow. Still we got internal collisions. That's all right. We'll fix those. Okay. Not a huge deal. What was that? A splitter. Ah. They split it both directions and it was coming out of the ILS or the PLS. Down boy. All right, so we'll throw a splitter down there first. And that will be there. And we'll throw our PLS down. I wonder what this is. It's probably colliding. Yeah, it's colliding with. I could back that up a little bit. Back it up to there. That's good. I like these right on the corner. Doesn't hurt anything not being on the corner. Oh, I just missed my corner. Just because nothing else can really go in the corner except for poles. But, yeah. All right, we are outputting on this side. So we don't need that. We don't need that. We're outputting to here. Here. On this one, we're outputting to here. Really? All right, fine, we'll back it up one. Outputting to there. Outputting to there. And then, of course, this one is coming over and also going over. Fantastico. And come on out. In. And we are going to take stone from here, which are stacked by 4s. Oops. And yes, that is going to be stone. So what we want stone. And we're going to convert this to bricks. Which of course we will use for foundation. Now, while that is all set up, we also want to call over some blue. And we'll take probably only about 800 really. All right. And this will be blue here. Beautiful. And this will be converting into brick. What's our ratio? 1:1. And we're also going to put that on production speed up. It's just extra power. We're not going to be... Oh. Yeah, that changes when we change recipe. Yeah, not a huge issue. We don't even need a ton of these. It's just going to be on demand. And it's going to be, well, I don't know. I might want to go ahead and, create planets that look like golf balls. Who knows? It could be a thing, right? So as long as we've got supply on here, then we will need to add to here local demand, warpers, vessels and drones. Yay for us. All right. Yeah, I think I got that, what I wanted to do with that. So now we should be able to copy our array of... Yes, indeed. Now, should also be able to drag those out and be evenly spaced. So what have we got? 3, that's 6, 9, 12. That should be plenty. 24. 24 smelters. And oh, those are splitters. We want boxes. Yes, please. I'll take about half of those. Smelters, we are gonna... I just got way too many of these. We're gonna dump these back into the supply. There's still plenty. Okay. All inserters copied. Yay. All right, let's unleash them. See how fast we get up to 10,000. And also at the same time make sure that oh, it's going to go up to 30,000, so it's going to fill the ILS first. While that's happening, we can at least delete every other one of these, because there's no sense. We've got the resources, there's just no sense in that kind of overkill. And we've already filled up Last two, that's how quick those are. That's actually set up to 108 per minute, so 2 stacks with slots filled. And this one is almost filled. I think that's a stack of 200. Yep. Pretty quick. Take a peek at 2,600 already. 2,800. And this, of course, is based on the number of drones that are available, and it doesn't look like I have any in here, so to at least help it out. It's not going to need it, but you know, if only 2 drones from the other ILS is at work, you know. Okay. We're only feeding 36 a second, so it's only 72 a second going in here, which you can see. There's 72, there's another 72. So 1001, 1002, 1003. Yep, it's going at 72 per second. So 36 is split between these 2 belts, so that's 18 per second each belt. Because it's 12, 12, and 12. 36 per second going into the chest. Storage chest. All right, we're all good on that. Now, oh, let's take a look at something. I was curious. Right, it takes stone and steel for foundation. That's a manufactured thing. So we've got our raw resources being smelted into their components, and other planets will be doing the manufacturing. So now that that's set up here, let's do the same setup over on this planet, because we are very definitely utilizing this system as our all mining operations. And since there's plenty from 2 satellites orbiting 1 gas giant inside of 1 system, that's going to be hugely supplying the vast majority of all builds with raw materials for manufacturing. Okay, so we have got our silicon boxed, we've got iron boxed, we've got graphite boxed, and we've got copper boxed. Coal boxed, copper, iron, silicon, and there should be a titanium here if I'm not mistaken. Stone and, yep, titanium. And we've actually got 2 coppers. No, that's the one I was just looking at. Right, so titanium, silicone, stone, copper, iron, and coal. So all we need now is, since we've got stone for glass, we want stone for bricks. Since we have stone for glass here, wait a minute. Yes, there is 2 more, a 13 and a 12, I reckon, for stone. And there's the other 13, and there's the 12. What we can do What's our grid line situation looking like here? Don't want it to crunch, but I'm okay if it expands. So, it's titanium. Did I just fly away in the wrong direction? It's all right. I did. It's all right. We're right here. Should be able to grab this. All the settings already set up. Plop that down. Over here. Oh, look at all of the lava around this one. Oh, that's titanium. Here's our stone. Hang on, one was 12 and one was 13, so that's 3, 6, 9, that's 12 right there. 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, that's it right there. We're not going to be able to set this down, unfortunately. Oh, what's this? What's this? We can do that. Yeah, I'm not going to use the 12, so we'll use the 13. Let's see if I can get it covered. Without going over. And I believe that should do it. And it is indeed covering all 13. That's fantastic. And this is already set. Except for we don't want 50. I think 12 will be fine. Wow, interesting. Okay. All right, we've been streaming for an hour and a half. We need to do a be right back while I do a bio break and a hydrate. So we'll just leave it on here. And then we'll be right back. You too, stretch, bio break, hydrate. See you soon. Oh, thank you so much, Nemo, for that raid. Thank you so much. We're just going to do this right here. And I did that wrong. All right, we'll do it the proper way. Thanks so much for the raid, and welcome on in, everybody. We are definitely doing Dyson's Fair, just as my good friend Nemo does. Not quite as advanced as Nemo is, but we get by. And we're definitely going to give the proper shout out here. So let's see if we can do it properly. There we go. You deserve the proper way. I take all of my lessons from Nemo, the master of disaster and DSP. Yeah, so I was cheating a little bit. I was on BRB while I was at your stream, but I was just in the middle of setting up this fantastically discovered little system where we have a gas giant with hydrogen and DOOT, surrounded by 2 satellites with massive amounts of raw materials. So I decided this is going to be my all mining operations for my near field system at my home hub. So we're close here. And it happens to be between 2 nice clusters, actually 3. Yes, so as you already know, box method is my go-to. You are the master of box method. Indeed. So with all of and even this other planet out here in the outer ring, believe it or not so strong on iron, but the other resources are good enough. But the big thing is the kimberlite ore and the fire ice. So I'm not sending any power to that system. The fire ice is what I'm using to generate the power locally. And between the 3 of them, this is my raw materials powerhouse. Yes, indeed. So motors and processors, even though we've got a lot of that set up in the home system, it's not going to stay there. We definitely want those to be in planets of their own. But I am never going to be short of raw materials to set up those factories on other planets anywhere. So what we've got here is I was just tapping this stone really quick because I want to make sure I got plenty of foundation when and where I need to use it. And of course we've got all the other, the initial one of each already tapped. So we've got iron tapped, we've got the coal tapped, we've got the copper tapped, we've got the titanium tapped, and we've got the silicon tapped. And of course we're converting that to glass. So anything that smelts out of the raw material into something else immediately, I'll smelt right on site. And then of course those will be in the ILSs ready to be distributed anywhere I need them. Glass is done. We're going to get foundation put in there. And of course these 3 ILSs will always remain chock full of the recipe materials that I need. So we'll get this one set for the foundation. Obviously, I'm going to be tapping all of the veins available on this planet. There's just too many to ignore. So that will be supplying, and that's just one of these two satellites. The other one is just as chock full. So, yeah, we can't ignore that. So, with that said, we definitely want to string this out a little bit toward the east, I believe, without interfering with other veins, and it does look like the east is going to be our choice. We'll just cover this up real quick so that it's not in our way. And we'll go to our go-to and that looks like that'll be set up quite nicely just below. Now, one thing that I've noticed, Nemo, that really helps in the box method situation is now with the advent of the tech limit stacking for cargo, I just automatically stick that on 4. A belt with 30 per second, that's 120 per second per belt, so that's 240 per second right into the boxes. And then, of course, 36 and then 72 across the boxes, unless I double that up, get 148 out of that, or 144 out of that. But I never need to really go that high. 72 seems to reach just fine down to the end of the line, and that's more than enough as far as smelting goes. I've yet to run into issues with lack of production on smelting. Oops, sorry for the beeping. That probably came across quite loud. Yes, love those bots and the drones. The bots, I use them quite often. You're not seeing that here right now, and it's not a power issue for myself either. However, when I've got a slot available, I'll go ahead and utilize the drones. Bump that up to 800. I've actually got some box lines set up that are drone stations for the entire assembler line or smelting line over on the home planet. And I like that. I never have to worry about looking at power because they're actually a fairly low power draw. And they keep things stocked well. Oh, the drones, yes. Yes, indeed. Belts were the context point in play. Yep. That makes perfect sense. Indeed. Yeah, I've been finding out that as long as um, I proliferate the ores coming out and I don't make any mistakes, I shouldn't have to spray them going into the line. The only reason I'm doing that at this point, where I can remove them later, is only in case I forget to or accidentally contaminate through the drones any non-proliferated items, and then of course that reduces the effectiveness of the proliferation in the supply line. So right now I just want to make sure everything's a 3. These will be absolutely nothing. They'll do absolutely nothing at this point since it's all proliferated going in, other than the fact that it's going to proliferate my output of the product, which in this case is going to be what are we doing? Bricks. So if I catch them or keep them proliferated early on, if I keep them proliferated early on, I shouldn't run into any problems other than human error. And I want to get to the point where the proliferation aspect only happens at the onset. I take that back, on the output. So hopefully all of the input items are proliferated, and I only have to ever worry about proliferate the outputs. So that if when those materials are used elsewhere, as you know, I won't have to worry about unproliferated. All right. And lovely jubbly. Yes, indeed. I can fully understand that. And which I mentioned, I, I did the rocket production quite quickly. So on the home planet system, I did a really small rocket production on one of the local planets here, only to get the antimatter, which requires the photons. So I didn't want to have to worry about running out of fuel going anywhere. I didn't want to have to worry about how long it takes to recharge. So I'm at 22 gigajoules. I can fly all the way out to the neutron star or the black hole, which I have done several times already because I needed the unipolar magnets out of the neutron star, and I needed the same thing, unipolar magnets out of the black hole. And I don't, it's just one of those worries I'd never have to think about as far as energy going. So refilling, and I'm always stocked. I never have to worry about recharging anywhere or falling out of energy getting to anywhere. The neutron and black hole are 32 and 33 light years from home, but I could still do a, warp at 40 light years if I want. And since I have my energy up to 0.55 light years per minute, it's a very short travel time anyway. But I needed those photons, so I had to set up a Dyson over there. That's not a good way to look at it. Had to set up a Dyson over there in order to collect the photons for the antimatter to make the cylinders. So wherever Anchat went. There it is. This is my Dyson right now that I'm just drawing. It's only 131 gigabytes. But as you know, I'm a frames only guy. I don't launch sails anywhere. So I don't have sails dying in a swarm anywhere waiting to be absorbed. I don't put sail panels. All my Dysons are frames only. So that's just a resource I never have to worry about because I don't use them. And 131 gigawatts really isn't too bad. So there we are with 131, and easily I'm only drawing 75 out of it right now to use on the ray receivers for power to charge EE batteries, and the other half of the ray receivers, which of course are wrapping a planet, are used for photons. Yes, indeed. And see, I've never placed a railgun, so just eliminating headaches because I can accomplish so much. Well, I can accomplish everything really without the sails. So, yeah, and I don't like chugging. I don't think anybody does. So, yeah. Yes, that's correct because yeah, the ray receivers will still collect the power from. Is that right? Do they collect the power from the swarm? Something like that. Yes, there you go. Yeah, so that one Dyson that I have started there, eventually I'm just going to utilize all 10 layers. Plenty of planets in that system for me to set up for EEs, for batteries. I think there's 5 planets. So this one's wrapped with the ray receivers, but I can set up any one of these also for ray receivers and just charge the batteries all day long and send them everywhere. So right now I've got very few systems at all that even use an artificial star or any generators of any kind. Home planet's the only one with generators right now, other than that one outer planet that had fire ice on it, and that just became really handy to use the generators on it. So, all right, that was quite stocked up quite quickly, so we're happy with that. And that, of course, should be thought I already had one of these set up with stone in it. I had not. Okay. So we're going to utilize that stone for a foundation, especially for lava planets. So, right there. And probably we'll take a few more. That should be enough to go collect it all. But yeah, even though the bots are very handy update, I love the bots. The drones are still fantastic. Their carry capacity is better. That's the big thing that I like. The bots are great short range. That's a much needed thing. The bots are a great short range logistics tool. The drones are much better. I also found a bug. So even though the distribution range for the bots is supposed to be the same 180 degrees halfway around the planet, I have several distribution bot stations, boxes that barely reach past 90 degrees before they stop deciding to go get supplies. I had a previous stream had such an annoying problem with that, and tested it out. I stretched some 180 degrees out, and they wouldn't collect or distribute to each other. And I eventually dropped that range down to about 90 to 100, maybe 110 degrees before they would actually start going and getting the supplies. Whereas drones are most definitely active all the way up to 180 degrees. So that was a big issue for me. That just really twisted my Twinkies. So that one went into reporting. Yes, indeed. Yeah, I like the fact that in that same vein, I like the fact that I can set up a distributor, a single distributor in place, and then set up, if I wanted to, 10, 20, 50, 100 collectors requesting, and they'll all interact. So it's not the same as needing a matched pair, which is great. The only difference would be the size of the storage box beneath it, you know. So if 50 of them all, 50 boxes came, that's 500 bots going to get a stack of 20 each. That's 1,000 at a time. You can drain a box pretty quickly. I like that aspect, but I haven't actually gone as far as the route of generating a bot pattern on purpose out of them, but it crossed my mind to do that. I even had a cool idea that was kind of generated from a guy that had several rows of belts laid out straight across the planet using the traffic monitors that, of course, light up when product goes through. He set up the belts like a music stanza, and started some product, bricks or something like that, simultaneously down all of the belts, and the traffic monitors were all set up to exactly match a piano concerta from, like, I don't know, Bach or Brahms or Vivaldi or whoever, and it was perfectly timed. The products, the stone bricks would go through the traffic monitor and light up the traffic monitor in sync with the piano keys. And it was just a fabulous YouTube. It's on YouTube. Fabulous looking video for creative timing. But I thought about, you know what? It would be really cool if I could set something like that up with the bot distribution. But I'm still kind of developing that idea in the back of my head. Yes, and yeah. See, now, even though that's been around for so long, I've never seen or heard anything like that. I mean, I've seen the videos where people play the piano and it looks like Guitar Hero or whatnot. It's all timed. And I've seen some fantastic videos of this one particular Asian gentleman that does it. Fantastic. Absolutely impressive. So, all right, we need to, that's the outer planet. All right, so we've got both those planets set up for the mining of all the raw materials. Let's just go check out here. We just want to make sure that everything is the way I left it after our crash. My stream started late today, quite annoyingly, because we had a power outage. After the power outage was finished, which was about an hour, booted up the machine, and then, of course, there was these mandatory operating system updates that reset all my settings. And not just in the system, but reset a couple of my application settings, which, deal with my cam and microphone. And took me quite a while to get back in business, but we eventually got back online today. All right, so we did Kimberlite here, and for power, I'm actually using EEs here. Now I can't remember where I was using the fire ice. Hang on. Was I doing that here? It must have been on another planet. Yeah, because EEs are pretty close to home here. I mean, yeah. Oh well. Yes, indeed. All right, so I set this up because I'm not going to rely on the home planet for diamond, where I have several diamond set up with the graphite or coal to graphite to diamond operation, which I didn't like a lot at all. So let's make sure this is going out, which it is. And we should have that also supplied on our tower, which it is. Okay. So nothing elaborate on this planet. Automod. Oh, hang on. Sorry about that. I actually have some tweaks to do on Nightbot and CloudBot. And as soon as I hit affiliate, which I know it says I reached my goal 50 out of 50, for some reason Twitch only recognizes 49 out of 50 followers. But as soon as I hit one more follower to hit my goal, I can add VIPs and whatnot. Obviously, you're the first one on the list. And I'll be able to have actual moderators, real moderators. And I don't have to rely on the bots. So much more happens when just when you hit, affiliate. More tools that are a lot, as far as I'm concerned, a lot easier to use. All the auto stuff is just for beginners. Which I am a beginner on Twitch. I streamed for a couple years on Mixer first. But yeah, I got some homework to do. Bill Gates seems to be doing something besides washing everyone. Yeah, no doubt. Well, Bill Gates has his pets. I mean, he's a big supporter at Carnegie Mellon. I think he pretty much owns, I mean, not outright, but, owns Carnegie Mellon because of his cash flow that goes into that university in Pennsylvania, Pittsburgh. But yeah, that's one of his pets. He likes to see what people are doing with his money for sure. Okay, where's Brachium? Brachium. I needed to go to Brachium because that was also, even though it's only 2 satellites that can be utilized, I just needed to make a visit to see how the satellites are laid out. That's one that's not got a lot of copper, but it's got plenty of the others. And for some reason, this 0% construction really annoys me, so I have to get closer or get on site to find out what we're dealing with. So I would like the initial number of manufacturing factories close to the home system to start with, because of the way the stars are laid out at this point. And probably could have hit that a lot closer. Now we can see much better. So we've got 100% control. Oh, I've already been here. Well, there's a good indication of my brain failure. Oh, here's one. This is the one place I was actually using artificial stars from. And I can't understand why they're all lit up, because they shouldn't be drawing any power because they're not doing anything. Huh. Well, if their idle power, wow, if their idle power is drawing that much to run all those stars, that's crazy. Oh, here we go. We might have something going on over here. Wow. Okay, well, I completely forgot about this over here. How sad is that? These are all rust melts also. And these are, oh my gosh, belt mines. So those, well, all but one. Those can all be changed. They're all small, they're all full, they're all inactive, but that's a lot of power to be drawing on idle to light up all those artificial stars. That's odd. Okay. Because I'd really like to use these for manufacturing planets. Hmm. Yeah. I just had the same hexagonal closed pack crystal lattice. That sounds interesting. Hexagonal closed pack crystal lattice. Okay, so this one's going to be generally, this is all copper. Copper and titanium. Well, do tell about the hexagonal closed pack crystal lattice. That sounds rather intriguing. Well, pardon me. I am so sorry. Okay, we're back. So sorry about that. Unfortunately, when the school calls, Daddy has to respond. Wish I didn't have to, but that is what it is. All right, back to business. Right, so this was going to be the copper source, copper and titanium source, and probably stone as well. It's got a fairly decent construction area, but I think the big one, we haven't taken a look at this one out here in the outer reaches, so let's jump over there real quick. Pretty sure this was a unviable planet. So we've got, yeah, very little of anything but titanium, and it does have fire ice. So it may utilize the fire ice here to power some generators and just cover this planet completely. Except for I might pick some pristine titanium veins that will be out of the way. Since construction is 90%, we can cover that water since we don't need it. A lot of soil on this planet, holy smokes. What's my soil situation? Because I will need the soil for foundations. Oh, we're fine. So I'll cover this planet in foundation, collect up all the soil off of it for that. And we'll pick a vein with 24, like probably, or maybe a 23. Titanium with 23, it looks like. So there's a 20, 22, another 22. Here's a 24. I'll probably hit that one. Okay. So we probably need to change this. 3 planets is pretty decent amount. So titanium and manufacturing. Let's do this. We'll call this factory sys / titanium. And that should rename all the planets as well. Yes, indeed. All right. Okay, so that's our comeback to. Let's hit home real quick and reevaluate. So basically what I'm going to do is, with all of the raw materials set up, I'm going to start at the bottom end of rocket manufacturing. much like Nemo's doing, and start ramping up factories of the initial ingredients in the recipes and start placing them on planets. So first thing we want to do is I want to make sure strange matter is going, which it is, and overproduced, which we like. So it is staying stocked up. And that is essential. Strange matter is essential. Particle containers is essential to get our antimatter. Photons and antimatter, which come from the gravelins, the green pill. And I believe our green pills were close to the strange matter. And one of the most important things is to make sure we're plenty oversupplied. There they are. Plenty oversupplied for the quantum chips. So everything leading into this, into the recipe for the rockets, is going to be based on the quantum chips, since the quantum chips is the slowest production. So we're definitely getting plenty of diamond strange matter and the green pill for gravelins, and our quantum chips here severely underpowered. So quantum chips take the plane filters take the titanium glass takes the titanium crystals and regular glass, or rather the Casimir crystals, and that all of course has to be well set up. Broadband particles are also another issue as well. They are next to the quantum chips, are the next slowest. So they initially only have 1 every 8 seconds, the same as strange matter and the same as quantum chips. So those being the slowest are going to have the most massive factories, and in order for that to happen, they have to be well and truly supported by their predecessor ingredients. Okay. Due to still being manufactured, fine. Fractionator still running fine. And hydrogen and oil being dispensed properly. Oil is just being synced right now, so we use a fairly large amount of generators to sync the oil into, which are off right now, which means they're doing their job. So there is a little bit of oil on the line. All the excess oil comes over here to this PLS, or this ILS, from the refining. And I've left that in a switch state situation so that I can turn that off if I need to use the refined oil in other places. So let's just take a look really quick. I should follow my to-do list. I'm not doing that very well right now. So let's just take a look real quick at our recipes. Right, so refined oil is just used in the plastic. Since I don't manufacture the green crystals, I don't manufacture sulfuric. I don't use it to manufacture graphite. or hydrogen. So plastic's the only place that I use light oil from, or refined oil, light oil. And where is it? Light oil is only used for my purposes in the plastic, and the plastic is only used for the particle broadband. So we don't do this recipe at all. And of course, our rockets will take the quantum chips and the particle broadband. So plastics, nanotubes, and the silicone crystals. And I have got plenty of the nanotubes going like crazy. All right, so as far as constructing more of the basic items, that's, I think, the next headway, since we've got our raw materials situated. So things like this are going to go away. I'm going to have actual... Oh my God, so sorry. Okay, that one was averted. Right, so these archaic, this was like a very first setup. These are going to go away. We actually don't need these now. Some of them are still here active on the planet, but we're going to start eliminating these. So first things first is we're going to be taking a look at, since we've got all the raws already in play, we're going to start taking a look at our factories for the rest of these initial ones. Probably this first group of 8, and then the second group of 8. We'll start concentrating on more major factories for that. We'll leave some of that. We'll leave some of the factories here alone. Obviously, we need the coal for proliferation, diamond for proliferation, and tubes for proliferation. So we'll try not to interfere with those too much right off the bat. And we do want to take a look at magnets. We're going to expand those first, obviously. And here we go. Now, this is another one of those things that I should set up smelting on site. So instead of smelting into iron ingots, I should smelt into magnets. So real quick, let's just take a look. I know for a fact that 20 recipes are what iron ingots are used in. However, there we go. 2 recipes for iron. Copper is a no-brainer. It's only going to be smelted to copper ingots, and that's it. Same with silicone. So we need to start splitting some of our iron ore smelters into magnet production, not just iron ingots. And not too many either, because our magnets, obviously, only have 2 recipes that they're used in. However, steel is used in a great many, which is why the iron ingots, so these are repeated over here. 12 of the 20 are machines and foundation. All right, that being said, we'll go ahead and get to increasing our magnet production. This one is chock full because, well, everything right now, these are very small operations, but they're stalled because I'm not putting a demand for rockets on them right now. So let's select, we're going to select one of our planets. Let's take a look at factory again. That had plenty of iron ore in it. And that iron ore was not there. It was there on the satellite planet. Yep. So we'll go ahead and set up we'll set up another factory like this, which is just smelting ore into magnets, and then we'll never have to worry about the magnets. All right, what am I lacking here? I've got foundation, warpers, drones, and ships, robots, boxes, smelters, PLS. Okay. I've got everything that I could possibly need for setting up over on that planet. So let's go and get this done. Punch a hole through this planet. Right. Right, so I had actually started to, or preempted, getting going on this one. So we're just going to start tapping off of our iron mine. That's silicon, so titanium. Out, this bad boy is coming from somewhere, so all we need to do is see where it's coming from. Down, boy. Down, Icarus. Thank you. Okay, copper on that side. So iron must be in this direction. And indeed it is. Titanium, stone, and silicon is. And iron. That's a stone. Oh, it's the graphic behind it. Jeez. Okay. So for some strange reason, I'm sending ore by drone ship over to a factory, obviously to make the ingots. All right, so let's take a look at. We could use this region right here. I could even bury that stone vein if I wanted to, but we're not going to worry about that. Non-equatorial magnets. Right, so this one is actually not going to work in the equatorial region, which is between these two yellows. So if I try to place those down, it's not going to work. But really hate to sit this down right next to titanium. It's 21 veins too. That could be a hassle. What are we taking up here? So we're taking up 12 grid lines. You know what? Titanium's coming from somewhere else. We don't need it from here. Oh, won't work down here either. I could swear this was non-equatorial. Maybe this is the only one that is equatorial, but I was sure it wasn't. Well, this looks like it's not going to be able to be used anywhere. That's odd. It worked once before. Not a big issue though. We'll just use this one. All right, what's colliding? I bet you that's a dang splitter. Yep, it's a splitter and the tower for some reason. Okay, we'll use it. Could probably change that up a little bit. But I know what that was all about, so we'll go ahead and move the power poles and put our splitter back in. That's correct. Well, that was brilliant. I don't think that connected. I didn't see it connect to the center. That's interesting. Okay. So this will be our initial magnets. So we've got 3672 per second going down the line. And magnets have a 1.5 per second 1-to-1 ratio. So that is 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 16. Okay, so 16 smelt, 32 smelters. Is that right? 3, 6, 9, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Right, 32 smelters. 32 smelters. Which is 48 per second. We can stretch that out to 60 per second easily. So that would take let's see if we can hit an even number from that. We've got 32. We'll just take 2 rows. Start back a little further. All right, so that's 32, 36, 40. Okay, so 40 times 1.5 is 60, so we're at 60 per second there. Did all those inserters copy? They did. All right, no issues there. All right. Proliferation is here. Let's send 240 per second over. All right, that'll give us 240 per second. It definitely is. And proliferating on the outputs at 32 per second, which 32 per second. No, 12, 24, 36, 36 per second out of 60 per second. That's going to back up. So we do need to increase that. All right, that'll give us 72 per second on the output. We probably don't need them all the way down because we're not going to get that kind of speed out of the last one. But it doesn't matter. I'm big on overkill. Just because I don't like headaches to have to come back and figure out, well, what didn't I do? How come that's suffocating and all that? All that rubbish. All right, connected up. Done. Now let's get some magnets made. What did I forget? They have to push up before they get through to the next box. Right. All right. Pretty happy with that speed. It's not overly grandiose. Now let's make sure we've got an ILS set up to accept them and distribute them where needed. And it looks like we might want to set up, so that's all the raws, or all the ores. All right, was that full up? Yeah, that was full up. This is going to be a manufacturing planet. Yeah, this is a factory planet. I'll put it in there, but I'm probably going to utilize it somewhere else here. So it might as well be on demand. And it's got warpers, and it's got... Oh, it actually had a couple of vessels leave with rings. Did it? There are definitely 2 vessels missing, so it must have just now... So there must be some place that I forgot about that's actually in need of magnetic rings. Magnets. Well, that's interesting. That's why we do it. Okay. That one is just for power. No, this one's just for power. Which I should have put both the green cubes and the blue juice in the same tower. But that's okay. All right, so we are going to need, for certain, we're going to need a stretch of ILS to provide product out to hang on. Can we not string ILS out? I never noticed that before. I bet you we can do that with a PLS though, or maybe not. Maybe that's on purpose. Never noticed that before. Of course, I've always put ILS down in blueprint fashion anyway. How many is that? So that's 5. Go ahead and do 6, just because overkill. Then, of course, grab some warpers. Just so that they have plenty. All right. That should satisfy all of them. Thank you, autosave. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, just to prep them. Oh, no worries, mate. Hang on now. An auto slot. No, slot 6 has always been there. I can call them by drone, or I can belt them in. All right, Nemo, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. I don't understand. I mean, I know I could put warpers in a slot if I wanted to, like I did with one other station. Which I've actually got set to 100. So that when the 6 slot's full, it'll put 100 more into that one. Auto slot. So I don't have to use a port. I mean, I knew I could just use drones. But to use drones, they got to be in here because drones don't pick up from slot 6. All right, let's turn this off for a second. Let's experiment with something here. Let's take these guys out. We'll put some drones in there. Then we will turn on warpers to local supply. It's 34 in there. And then we'll turn this on. Well, you can't turn on a demand for them. Just activate warp. Use the caps lock key to start the warp engine. Just not seeing it. I only know of the only two ways, and that is to drone them in or to belt them in. You can't even use vessels to bring them in. I mean, unless you opened up one of the 5 initial slots. Oh. I don't see it. So we'll put them in with a belt. Okay. Now, what do we, right, so we've just basically set up for any kind of manufacturing that we can do here. So, since we have a minimal amount of mining already being done here, where there is iron ore and silicon, and wouldn't you know, instead of going west with my silicon, I went east into the magnificent construction area, but this is all construction area. Maybe that's why I did that. I don't know. I was having a senior moment for sure, because I am shuttling ore in over here, which should be smelted at the vein. Doing the same thing here. I definitely had senior moment for all of this. Should be smelting right there, smelting there. All of these should be smelting right where they stand. Okay, well, you know what? Juvenile or senior brain moment, who knows? Let's call it a juvenile brain moment. I like that better than a senior moment. A juvie brain. Because this is actually ideal for manufacturing. And these are belt lines, which are taking up quite a bit more space than box lines. Wow. Okay. Let's just take a quick be right back from here. I've already got an idea that I'm just going to wipe these out and then move them over to where they belong. But I got to stretch and hydrate. So We'll just do a quick BRB for about 5 minutes, and we'll take it from there. Okay, definitely needed that one. Oh, welcome back, Nemo. Um, no worries at all. Don't worry about going AFK. I do that all the time. Adulting takes precedence and usually interrupts me at the most inopportune moments. But it is what it is. So let's lower this mic volume down because that got carried away for some reason. So we'll just drop it down here where it's a little more normal. All right, so while I was BRB for the bio break, I decided I think I'm just gonna go ahead and wipe these out because they're really not necessary. You know, as overpowered as we are, oversupplied as we are, I really don't need to keep any of these since the other planets are now doing their job. We can turn these into manufacturing parts instead of raw materials because this is right in the middle of a pristine construction area, this whole backside of the planet. And if need be, since I am mining the ores, I can just move them. But I'm also not keen on the belt lines when they can be box lines. So let's get this worked out. Okay, what you meant by the auto slot was that islets have a slot at the bottom. Holds a 50 stack of warpers. Yep, slot 6. And you can port into and out of it with belts, which I did. You don't need to use a slot for warpers at all. Correct. That's what I did. And that's what I always do. That's the ever since that 6th slot becomes available in the training or the mission goal, that is definitely the go-to plan and great advice for anybody that does this. So as you can see, I'm belting from one station to another, but I'm only utilizing slot 6. The other 5 slots are left open. In the beginning, it's a little bit tempting to have a slot for warpers coming on in, but since I only shuffle the green cubes around to make warpers, now I only use one station if I'm going to drone them over to the far side of the planet or whatnot. Otherwise, they are definitely belted. And definitely using slot 6. And that, of course, yeah, it's because it frees up all 5 slots for normal operations, and you don't have to take up a slot for warpers when they just come straight out of slot 6. With the exception is you can only belt them out of slot 6. You can't drone them out of slot 6, sadly. Which would be a nice little upgrade. All right, so let's get rid of what we don't need. And polar interfacing makes it all super convenient. Plus, real estate in the pole is already extremely tight and demands optimization. 100% agree. Because we all have to deal with and accept the challenge of grid crunch. That is what it is because it's a sphere. And that aspect of the game just has to be dealt with the best way we can because there's really no There is only one other way to deal with the grid, but I have a feeling that the grid crunch would be just as problematic if we were using diamond grid instead of square grid. It would still have to be mapped across the sphere, but it would eventually, any way that you map it is going to crunch near the poles anyway. So, yeah, unfortunately. We don't need any of that stuff on the ground and never will. And we can also get rid of this. Wow. Okay. Let's do this. Figured we were going to run into something like this, but I'll go ahead and put them here temporarily for now. And we'll go ahead and get rid of all of that. Then put all that there so that we can continue. What's going on here? That's really odd. I've got plenty of room for sorters and boxes and smelters. Should all have plenty of room. Let's do this. Weird. All right, let's do this. Lots easier. Oh, come on, facilities. Oops. Wow. What? I can't turn off sorters without turning on facilities? I can't turn on facilities without turning on sorters. That's madness. That's madness. I've never seen that before. Huh. That's unreal. All right, let's try that again. All right, just facilities. All right, this is just belts, just sorters, just facilities, and bam, sorters come on and you can't turn them off. I have never seen that glitch before. Sorters by himself, belts by himself, facilities by himself. Well, that's going to be a problem. Because I may not want to delete the inserters. That's kind of, yeah. Huh. I do not like that, Sam. I am. I wonder if anybody else has noticed that. All right. The rest are just boxes. I really don't care what are in them. So let's see what happens. I've got plenty of room for boxes and sorters. Just do sorters, which that works as advertised. All right, let's just do facilities. That's crazy. That's crazy. Never seen that. Well, you know what? This is really odd because I should be able to delete all of this and everything should spill out on the ground. At least that's the way it used to do. Did that change recently? I don't get that. Turn it all on. Can't even delete the polls. All right, what the hell changed? I'm not even full. My inventory is not even full, but even if it's full, it should be spilling out on the ground. All right, we got to do something. It's gonna have to be done, unfortunately. So we'll quit and restart. And hopefully now when I delete, everything will spill out onto the ground. Like it always has before. Craziness. And mass deletion. Oh, come on. Seriously. Well, now it's doing like it's supposed to. But I'm not going to sit here and go individually without getting that yes message. So mass dumping is now only on empty containers. So that must mean that I can still delete the poll. Yep. Unless it's in where a box is. How long have I been playing this game? I never noticed that. That must be recent. And you can't even hit enter. It's got to be mouse driven. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. That fries my brain. Maybe that's why I don't go around destroying all my setups so often. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Oh, thank you, Beep and Boop. All right. Finally. See, that's what I'm used to. Just bam. Dump it on the ground. I don't care. Okay. Now we have a pristine construction area. Yes, thank you. All right, there is no need to go immediately and construct smelting for those mined resources. Let's check our regions. So this should be top and equator, which I marked by putting it on the middle. And we'll mark the bottom of the region on that side. And top of the region on that side. Just so we can see from a distance when we start to get away from regions. All right, our factories. So we're going to be doing assembling. And let's see, that's belt, so we definitely don't want that. Oh, belts. And this should be boxes, I hope. No, I don't want belt lines. I bet they all are. They are indeed. I don't like that, so we'll be changing that shortly. Dude, titanium factory. Oh, that's old. Don't look at that. One item smelting. That can't be it. There's my chemicals. 12 per second diamond. That's also... I was almost certain... No. Almost certain I had a blueprint for my... Oh, smelt. Oh, you know what? I bet you they got deleted when I went through and cleaned up, and... Right. Wow. Please tell me. Nope. Well, that's not it, I know that. There's a box. Jeez. Yep. All right, so we'll stay off the equator just in case. And we'll just fine-tune this to recreate oh my goodness. Really? So as you can see, wow, that will wake you up. And of course, this is going to be all wrong, so... And that's going to be all wrong. Okay. That's all right. It's only going to take a little bit of tweaking, and we could deal with that. And obviously, we're going to clear the recipes out because they are not going to be needed. Really? Applied with other objects. That can't be because I'm just pasting and replacing. Is my brain that fried, or I just can't believe that a simple paste isn't even working. Jeez. Well, if that's the case, as soon as I set a new recipe, we can't copy over the top like yeah. So why couldn't I do that just a second ago with the empty recipe? Now it can't be placed over the top of anything. I don't get that. Let's put a recipe in it. Still can't be copied. Oh, do you know what it is? This is... Nope, that's 6 and 2. Or 3 and 2. 3 and 2. It's because of the grid lines. It's got to be because of the grid lines. Even the box is not centered up on the grid lines. That's why. It's because of the blueprint. Well, I don't know if that's going to be an issue. It shouldn't be an issue. Yeah, blueprint. So the blueprint put the PLS square onto the grid lines, lined up with each port, but those don't line up with the center of the box or the two corners of the box. This one's out over the inserter. This one's in the center of the corner. Yeah, so it's shifted, which means the assemblers are shifted as well. They are. The ports don't line up. Yeah, that's blueprint issue. Dang it. Just the little things that fry my brain. So you can't paste like that, but I mean on top of each other. But as you see, all these new ones that I placed in are lined up properly because they're not over the top of the misaligned ones. So this one's misaligned, that one's placed properly, that one's placed properly, that one's misaligned. Which means the entire box line is going to be the same way. So let's just do this. Because you know what? I'm not going to deal with these little quirky issues later. I might as well take those two out and just put them where they belong. Now, let's get this lined up, and that is now lined up corner to corner, center of box. Happy days. All right, so one each here, one each there. Oops. And then we can copy those. Wow. Well, it would help, Rocket, if you spaced those properly before you just threw them down any old place you wanted to. Yeah, no. That's because for some reason I'm trying to rush, and I can't remember why. Oh, because I was thinking I have to go pick up Peanut from school. And today he rode his bike, so he actually only has to come home. And then, of course, he will promptly interrupt me. And then I'll have to end the stream. So, yeah. Wait a minute, that's not the right recipe. Yeah, no doubt. especially with an ASD child. He definitely challenges me, which, you know, I don't mind being challenged, you know. Okay. Wow. Crazy as. I reckon we can deal with 240 per second. Sorry, 240 per second. Just try something a little different here. I kept them on the ground before, but there's really no reason why I can't just belt them directly as such. And we'll go from there up to here and R it. Does that look good? No, that looks like crap. Yeah, but the way I normally do it, I don't turn it at all. Hang on. So what I normally do is I just belt it on the ground. Oops. I just belted on the ground. Oops. Jeez. And belt from one side to the other. Yes. And that gives me my 240 a second. 120 and 120. Is that what you're talking about? Or are we actually talking about actually going a third and a fourth up there? Because a stack of 4 times 30 seconds, 120 a second per belt. That's going to be too close. Yep, I knew it. Knew it. Oh, you're talking about crossing them in the middle and elevate them to the top 2 slots. Is that what you're talking about? Yep. And well, you know me, I like to get fancy and stuff like that, but yeah, for some reason, let me see what I need. 2 of the rings, 1 of the ingots. All right, so we'll put rings on the bottom. Yeah, you know me. For some reason today I feel rushed and I don't know. All right, so this is going to give me 36 per second. And what are we going to be producing? 2 per second, so half a sec, 1 per half second. So I can literally feed 18. Can literally feed 18 assemblers per second. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we can definitely push this out. Well, the inserter is only going to give me... Inserters are only going to give me 3 trips. Supposedly 15 per second, but... Yes, indeed. I agree 100%. I've actually built some pretty cool looking stuff and went to blueprint it, and then it's not usable anywhere because I can't stamp it down. And for some reason, I was able to stamp down my magnets blueprint on another planet, and I actually renamed it to non-equatorial because it wouldn't stamp down between the north and south, the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn. It wouldn't stamp down anywhere in this region. So I named it non-equatorial because it would stamp down in all these other regions. But now I'm over here on this planet, and the damn thing, well, sorry, watch your language, Rocket. See, I even named it non-equatorial because it won't stamp down. But if I go outside the equatorial regions, it's stamped. And now it won't do any of them. That's the only reason why I kept it. So, go figure. I don't know. Blueprints can annoy us sometimes. Anyway. So what do we have? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. That's 20. 24, 28, 32. Oh, 32. Right, we're only getting 36 per second across. And they're going to eat them up twice as fast. Oh, we only needed 18, right? So 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. That's 9. So they're going to pull. All right, they're going to pull. Magnetic coils are output at 1 per second, but where did I just see 1.5? Was that on the first machine I had already adjusted? Where did I just see one? Oh, that's what I was looking at. I was looking at the ring, not at the... Oh, no. That's right. So two magnetic coils per second means it's going to pull 4 rings and 2 ingots per second. So 4 rings per second per machine. So that's 8 rings per second. We can only handle 36 going across one row. So that's only 5. 4 or 5. And 5 will deplete the line. So 8 machines, 4 per second, that's 32. Any more than that, it'll deplete the inserters. Yeah, we're going to have to. It's going to have to just for this one particular and then the ingot's not going to matter. Still going to pull 2 per second on the copper ingots. Okay, so that gives us 72. 72 will give us another 8. So that brings us up to here, 16 machines. So we'll need one more row. Oh, what happened there? I thought I had that set on... Oh, I hate that. That's all right, it's just the top row. Is it? No, it's not. Okay. I mean, I could just paste those, but All right, let's get this set properly. Yes. Okay. And the bottom is 0, correct. All right. Let's make sure I copy. Yep. Okay. Just because. All right, now we know that gives us 4, 8, that's 16, that's 72 per second, 16. So we need 1, 2 more rows. That's right. So the bottom row is actually zeroed. I don't know if you saw that. But I definitely always zero the bottom row. Not actually. Not actually. That's what it's supposed to be. It is absolutely supposed to be 54 per second going across. Yes. But it's actually 12.6 per second per inserter. So that's 12, 24, 36. It's actually 37.2, but or 37.6, something like that. That's right. Oh, no. 3 grid. No, 3 trips, 2 grids. Oh, you're saying they're actually traveling 3 grids even though it says 2? Okay, hang on a second. Are you in my Discord? Oh, in yours. Okay. Um, just so you know, super handy to know this. I'll just put it here real quick because everybody should know this is very cool. I'm simulcasting. So not only am I streaming through Twitch, I'm streaming through Yahoo, or YouTube, not Yahoo, YouTube. Streaming through Discord. I'm streaming through Streamlabs website. You can watch me on all of them, all simulcast. You can chat in any one you want to, and they're broadcast to all the different chats. So, just as a for instance, and it's what I like about Discord as well. Might help if I spell it right. And you might notice that there is either an icon or a identifier that says it's coming from YouTube. No, I haven't called you a liar. I'm just saying that I've found it to operate differently for me. I timed it, but there can be all kinds of variables each of us are experiencing that we didn't realize. Ah, okay, so yeah, so basically when I experiment with something, I try to be near the equator because that's where the grid lines are spread out the most. And that's my biggest gear grinding situation, is because you can't force an inserter between two boxes shorter than 3 trips over 2 grids. You can actually do that from a belt to a box, but not between a box and a box, or a box and a machine. But it will definitely go 1 grid onto a belt, which is really silly, I guess. But you said that you did yours up near a higher altitude. I mean, a higher, closer to the poles. Okay, so let's just try something here. I'm curious. Right. 1 grid's too close. Two grids, the closest I can get that. But if I go up to outside the equatorial into another region. Oops. Oh, hang on, bring it with you, dum-dum. Just put it right there and right there. Right. So now I can get 6-1 out of that. 6-1. That's right. Jump. Like a item. What? Wow. Seriously, that I was that low on boxes, didn't even realize it. Oh, no, no, no. I'm not gaslighting. I actually want to know the solution, and I just can't find the solution. But I did do the timing on these, and didn't matter how long my line was, I could never get it to fill a box faster. I mean, I could get it to fill faster, I just couldn't get it to go at the speed. But I would love to know the solution to this, because I don't like 36 per second. Everything's based on inserter speed, which I love the fact that they're fast. They're fast, just ultimately fast. Boxes. Grab some boxes. What? Yeah, I guess it was going through those boxes pretty fast. All right, so up to the next region line. There's a region line, so I believe, yep, that's the closest I can get them. And that is still a 3-2. But yeah, I knew that was going to happen. As soon as I go over the region line, it'll be fine. It'll be a 6-1. Indeed. 6-1. Okay. So what I was working with is take a box and put it down here and oops, fill it up. Actually won't fill it up yet because that's the big trigger right there. Oh boy. All right. Closest it can get is a 3-2. And we're actually going to want these turned around because they got to go that way. And we'll pop a splitter down here. That's what I was doing. That's right. Hold on. That's altogether wrong. So basically the way this worked is to get the belt into the box without using the inserters. So we did this. Oops. Did this. And then we put our inserters in between them. Closest we can get is a 3-2, so that should be a 3-2 there. That is. And then I just copied that. Strung them together. That way they're just going from one box to another. That's all we're doing. So this one gets a belt, which is 30 per second. And it can have another belt, which is 60 per second. Here to here. And this will be our starter. Yes, I know that. We can have our starter box there that we will throw a bunch of foundation into. Now that should be 60 per second right there. Do you want to stack them? Oops. Yeah, let's do that. Let's get them stacked. Yeah, let's stack them. So what we'll do is we'll get 120 per second, which means we only need one line here. And we don't even need that since we're going to do 120 per second across a belt. We'll just put foundation in, which was right there. All right, and we will put a traffic monitor on that. It's probably facing the wrong way, but that's all right. I'll turn around and we'll get it right. And we'll take a belt out of here. And we'll just send it into a box because, oh, that's right. We can't, I don't think I can put a box on the top. Not a big one anyway. Nope. It's all right. It's 10,000, stack of 4, our stacks of 1,000 each. I'm going to fill up 10 of them. All right, we'll put a traffic monitor on here. Yep, that's 0, all good. That's facing the wrong way. And we'll just make it easy so we can see what's going on. That should turn them green. Now these traffic monitors should say the exact same amount. So 120 a second will come out of here. And that should be, if this is correct, so 3/2 is half of 36 is 18. So 18, 18, 18 should be 54. Should be 54 per second. Here they come, stacked. So you'll see this reaches 7,200. That is correct. This one only reaches 1,800 per second, or per minute. So 7,200 per minute is 120 per second. And this one coming out is 1,800 per minute, which is only they're not stacks of 4 anymore. Because the inserters are not grabbing a stack of 4. All right, so we're going to adjust this. We're going to make the output handle 4 outputs. Correct. So we'll let that finish up because I'm just going to transfer them all over. So in order to have 4 outputs, we're going to have 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. Because it's not a stack. Then what we do is actually use a stacker to stack put them out here a little further. Okay, maybe I'll put them out a little further. Get out of there. And we'll bring this one down here. And we will, and that will be a stacked line. Yep, that is definitely 2 of them. Okay. And then we will stack these 2. Oops. Okay. Then dang, I hate that. Okay, 2, 2. That should be 3. That is 3 for some of them. Not all of them are getting stacked. That's interesting. I thought this would work a little bit, but... Oh. Well, let's do this too. Okay, so some of those are getting stacked as 3, but it should be consistently stacked as 3. Well, that's all right. That's all right, because eventually it does come out to 3, which it is. Now, if we put another stacker on here to get it up to 4, it should eventually come out to 4. It's still 3. We lost 606. 606. They are being held in the inserters, I will bet you. So let's do this. Once they're in the inserters, I mean the splitters. Well, that's 394 more. That's it. They were inside the inserters. All right, now that's 10,000. Oh, let's Clean that up and take them all. It's a nice even 10,000. Shouldn't need these now. All right, so that should be a single, stack to doubles, stack to triples, stack to 4 high. And with that, we should be able to put our traffic monitor on. And it to do foundation. Okay. Yeah, that's all set. Ready, set. All right, we know this one is 7,200 per minute. It's 120 per second. Good. They're stacking. They are stacked. These are singles. Those are not stacking. They don't look stacked. No, they're stacked. All right, let's check. Yep, they're stacked, but only 2 high. This one should be 4 already, and these are stacked. Those are stacked 2 high. So for some reason, they're getting stacked like they're supposed to. That's a serious glitch. All right, I thought that might help, but that is not helping. Still have another idea. Let's do this. Force it. Yeah, we can force it. So we'll let that finish. We'll move this one out of the way a little bit. Yeah, we'll put it there. Because we're going to do the unthinkable. All right, so we'll take one that is stacked. That's basically the same thing. Yeah, that's not going to be any different than putting it right in front of the other. Hang on a second. I know exactly what we can do. I know exactly what we can do. Unless I deleted it, and that'll suck. Large. Melting. Oh, I bet I deleted it. It said 3200 or 7200. Where's the 7200? Start. I deleted it. Why did I delete that? 7200 per second. Oh, because they come out of the ILS that way. Oh, gone it. The sciences. Not going to be in here. Nope. Not going to be in here. Nope. I deleted it. Oh my god. All right. Let's see if I can figure out. Oh, hang on. I know exactly where I can get that from. That will be on the home planet. Will it be on home? Yeah. It'll be on home planet. Okay. All right, we'll get to this planet, and then I have got to take a quick break. And then I'll be right back. I know that there is a setup that will give us 100% stacked items to 4 high off of here on a single belt. So not just out of an ILS, but out of stackers. Okay. So let's just rest here. And we will be right back. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh my gosh. Testing 1, 2, 3. What happened to the settings? Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Wow. What happened? Everything's going to change, and I'm going to have to reboot OBS. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. This is crazy. Testing 1, 2, 3. The game audio has done the same thing. The game audio's gone. I don't even see the soundtrack anymore. Testing 1, 2, 3. Wow. Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Wow, I've had to change all these settings. Oh my God. What is going on with OBS? Game audio. What's going on with the game audio? No longer connected. Game audio. Okay. Oh, I saw a little bit of game audio, but wow. All right, I'm going to struggle through. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 200 more. And of course, they are in the inserters. So let's go ahead and get rid of this. And we will also get rid of these so that I can reclaim those 200 foundation. Probably shouldn't have done that last one. Doesn't matter. Where are they? I'm 200 shy of 10,000. No, that's not what I wanted. All right, are they in the splitters? Probably. No, I know where they're at. No, I don't. Yeah, they're probably in the splitter down below. Because I still haven't collected them. Doesn't matter, we're going to get rid of it. I bet you I got 10,000 now. Nope, still missing 200. What happened to 200 foundation? They're not there. Wow. Wow. Oh, we didn't lose. We gained 1,800. Right. Somehow. Oh, because I was on the home planet. That's why. Anyway. So let's do this. Let's get this put back all properly. And we know that this is 7,200 a minute coming into this splitter, which will be 7,200 a minute going there. Which will also be connected with boxes and inserters. And get on down. All right, that's completely open. That's completely open. That is a 3-2 on each one of them. A 3-2 and a 3-2. Yes, good. All right, now let's just copy. We want to copy a few of those. And that should be plenty to give us an indication. Now, on our blueprint, let's grab that 7,200 a minute, turn it around. Now, since we are going to get, we don't need you or you. And we also don't need you. Now, we should get out of this splitter, ideally we get 7,200 a minute, but we're not going to. They're going to be single stacked, which means we need 4 into 8. Wow. All right. How are we going to do that? 4 into 8. Can't do 4 into 8. We can only do 4 into 4. All right. Well, you know what? We'll see what we get out of this, because it is an experiment anyway. So that should be 30, 30, 30. So that's 30, 60. 60 and 60 is 120. That should be 120 right there. And this should come out. Yeah. This is going to be overkill right here. We don't need all that. We only need the 1. And we are going to be calling that foundation greater than. Correct. Now, since those are going to be stacked, they only have to go into a single splitter onto a single box, and that should be at 7,200 per minute. I keep saying per second, and it's not. Okay. Let's take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10,000. And we're go. And that will crank up to 7,200. And this is 2160. So we've alleviated the problem. So when they're broken down into a single stack, 1 belt stacked 4 high is the same as 4 belts stacked 1 high. So we have got 4 belts stacked 1 high. Pardon me just a second. Okay. 2160 per second. Or per minute. 2160 per minute. So we'll grab the calculator. And 2160 divided by 60 seconds, that's 36. That's 36 per second. That's how many are coming across this belt right here, 36 per second. Which is the maximum number of inserters at 12 per second each. 12, 24, 36. That's as fast as they can go. And for that matter, I don't even need stackers. I really don't need stackers. All it's got to do is go into splitters. So we could literally change this from that and eliminate that one and that one. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 into 2 becomes 2 into 1. Oh, it's not going to do that because they're not stacked. Right. Understandable. All right, so we'll put that back down. Yeah, we'll put it right there because I have an idea of what I'm going to do with the other half of this to see if we can get 7,200 out of it like it's supposed to. Pardon me. All right, let's get this the right way. Come out here. Down to here. Come out here. Down to there. And then we will take the top one. Sorry. Take the top one out to here, down to there, and we'll take this top one out to here, down to there. All right, that's 4. Thank you, autosave. Now, using the same idea, we should be able to take 2 stackers into a splitter. Two stackers into a splitter. So 1, 2 stackers into a splitter, into another stacker. Okay. So we'll put another stacker there. And put that there. And that stacker should record 7,200. How about that? But that's not right. because that would be, that's not right, because that would be, those inserters are transferring 7,200 per minute, which is 120 per second, which is 40 per second. That's not right. That's not right. So let's try this again. Of course, there's still some stolen ones in there because of inserters. But let's just do this because it really doesn't matter how many are going through there. Okay. 7,200 a minute. 7,200 a minute is 100%. 7,200 divided by 60 is definitely 120 per second. Okay. Right, now it's showing the accurate. Now it's showing 2160. Even with 4 belts, you can't get faster than that. These belts are not saturated. $21.60. That is that's 36 per second. So that's 12, 12, and 12. And if I stop motion, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the inserters are only carrying a stack of 5. Two trips per second. 3 trips per second. 5, 10, 15. 15 and 15. So that's 15, 30, 45. So it should be 45. But it's not. Oh, it's not carrying 5. It's coming out a splitter. So 3 into 4. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. 1001, 1002, 1003. So 5, 10, 15, that's 20 per second. So it's actually 36 per second. It's 12 per inserter. So it is definitely, we've got more than enough belts to handle more than 36 per second. So we've got 30, 60, 90, 120. We've got enough belts to handle 120 per second, which is 7,200 a minute. Plenty of belts, stack them up. If you don't stack them, you can't get a reading on a single belt. So let's do this. We don't need to stack them. We just need to make sure that the output has enough belts to deliver This is going to be really interesting. Let's grab one of these. $1,800, 900, 900. Why isn't that one going? I guess I didn't put it all the way in. All right, hang on. That's what she said. There it goes. All right, so let's do that again. This is the definitive truth about this. There is no two ways about it. 7,200 a minute going in. Look at that. 540, 540, 540, 540. 2160. Actually, it's not. 540 times 4. Yeah, that's 2160. That's right. That's all that's coming out of 3 belts. I mean, 3 inserters. It's 36. Take a picture of this as well. Get a little zoom up on it. All right, now, giggles and grins. Let's go a little better. Now, we should literally be doubling when we add another row. So 36 per second should equate to 72 per second when we do this. As long as the belts can handle it, as long as the belts can handle it on the output side, which they'll be able to handle 30, 60, 90, they'll be able to handle 120 a second, so definitely 72 per second should be just fine. We can also change this to our normal settings. So we're going to copy these over. All right, now every box has got 2 slots open. Okay, and we will wait for that to finish. At an unshockingly 36 per second, which is exactly what I said. And if you time that with a stopwatch as the box fills up, even a stopwatch will tell you it's 12 per second per inserter, which is 36 per second. All right, we should be almost done here. There we go. All right. Very nice. Oh, was there some more? No, that was just the monitor, our traffic monitors timing down. All right. Let's get them going. And once again, we will confirm 7,200 going in. Very good. Now we should get... Oh, hang on, hang on. It's not going up because we're not pushing it up. We have to push it up. Like that. So we'll just do that. All right, 7,200 a minute. Or, yep, 7,200 a minute. Utilizing both rows. Oh, look. 880, except for one monitor, which is showing 840, which is understandable. It's splitting into four different, splitters handling four different outputs. So 3480 to 3500, we'll call it. 3500, there it goes. All right, what's our calculator say? Calculator says 3500 divided by 60 is 58.333. So let's just assume that there's a little glitch there, and let's just call it 880 times 4. And that comes out to 3520. 3520 divided by 60 is only 56 2/3. That's only 56 2/3. So I see this one is not working. That one's not working. So just so we can get all of them working. Oh, it did work momentarily. Or was it this one I was looking at? Let's replace that one. Because replacing those two that aren't doing anything doesn't change the output at all. So let's see if we can get those working again. No. And that was bad timing because we're at the end of the round for that row. Should leave one open there and two open on the top. Actually, we don't need two open on the top. We only need one open for each input because it has to push up and then push up. All right, when the last of those come through, we'll shuffle them over one more time. And that's all of them. All right. And we will verify. Once again, 7,200 a minute coming in. Yep, it'll take a while for them all to get to the top. And it is definitely climbing. How high will it go? Can we get to 4320? Doesn't look like it. So let's open this up to 2. See if our numbers climb some more. Still about 3,000 a minute. And what have we got? We've got 2 open on each one. That's plenty of room to transfer. The top is empty, the bottom should finish. Or this bottom should start, and it did. And as always, the top boxes finish first. How about that? And it's right back down to 2160. And that's because only one row is operating. Now, what if we did this? What if we added a 3rd row? Thank you, autosave. Now, do we think we're going to get more through there? We'll leave 2, 2, and 1. We could actually change this to 0. And then these 2 will feed down into all 3. This will be really interesting. Okay. We'll take all of those and put them over here. And we know we've got let's push them up a little higher. Fill it up, boys. There we go. Well, that's a little better. Now we're up to 900 and 3,600 per minute. Finally. Finally. So 3,600 per minute means 60 a second. But that's 60 a second, not 120. And they are being stacked up to 60 a second. But 18 is 36. That's all that's coming through. Doesn't matter whether they're stacked or not. So 36, 60 a second. So with 9 inserters, you can get up to 60 per second. And the top ones were not even being utilized. All right, so we'll wait till that finishes. We'll run it through again and we'll just take a picture. So 900 per minute per belt. But 3600 max per minute is only 60 per second out of 9 insorters. And of course, not all of them are being used. Empty, 1 and 2. Let's open that up to 3. Let's chop that down to 0. That should push them all down. And 3 slots open. Should be plenty. $540. All right, let's open up a slot. Still 540. All right. Just out of giggles, we'll make all the bottom slots 0, or all the bottom boxes are 0 slots available. Okay. There. Now it's at 900. It's not going to get any better than that. What if I made that 0? No change. Now all of these are 0 slots open. The top one is 2 slots open. 900. $900 per belt. 900 divided by 60, that's 15 per second on those belts. So that's half, which is correct. 1,800 a minute is 36 per second. Well, 15, 30, 45, 60 per second. And that's what we got over here, 60 per second. How about that? So what we have is 0, 0, and 2. 0, 0, and 2. This one's open at 3 slots. We could open that one to 3 slots. We could open it to 3 slots. It's not going to matter because that's the maximum the belts can handle. That's the maximum the insorters can handle. Oh, I stand corrected. Oh, for a second there, I saw a few more. Just for a short bit. Okay. I think that's I think that might be good enough today. I want to thank everybody who followed, everybody who came to visit and watch or chat. Um, and we'll hope to see everybody next time. So that will be it for today. And sorry about the technical difficulties. We'll get the mic and game and all that fixed next time. Cheers for now.